Right, I'm trying it. Might have my mic a bit closer. There we go, okay. Perfect. Right, I'm gonna quickly grab the stream link. Right, I'm trying it. Shut up. There we go, right. Oh no, it's Ed. I can't do normal typing commands. Why is my mouse being such a bitch? There we go. Can I not do normal things? That work? I didn't update the title. I'm stupid. Oh my god. I am such a moron. Okay, save. Refresh. I am posting the link again because that was just embarrassing. Okay, save. Let me know if the volume's okay, because I don't know. Can you not refresh channels? I don't know. Sorry, let me just streaming now. Feel free to drop by. Link. Okay, cool. That child still hasn't updated. Okay, cool. Wonderful. Let me know if my mic's okay, because I am like testing new mic settings and trying to limit the static. So if I need to turn myself up, or if I need to turn the game volume up, then let me know. I have tried turning up the game volume, but up a little bit before I started. So if I need to turn it up or down, I need to check my volume. Let me know. I don't want to just. Let me just click on my screen. Let me just click on my stream real quick, just to see if it's a little bit before I started. So if I need to turn it up or down, it sounds okay. Like my mic sounds okay, but I'm just curious if you guys can hear the game. We'll leave it as it is for now. We'll leave it as it is. Let me just refresh the feed, just because you guys are typing in messages, I can't see them right now. Okay, things should be working. Let me know how the volume is, if things need adjusting and whatnot. Title may take a second to update, so you may need to refresh the title of the stream. It is supposed to be finishing Act 5 of the Archon quest today. Hopefully. Yeah, Act 5. So yeah, hopefully we're gonna finish Act 5 today. We need I don't know how far we are into it. I think from where we left off, we had just almost lost Navia to drowning, but apparently she got saved by something or other. I think it was Nouvellette. There was a whole dream sequence. We escaped that domain. And I think we're gonna go and meet Nouvellette, who said he's gonna talk with Farina about some stone slabs. So that's where we're at right now. I don't know how much longer we. Oh god, I just spilled monster everywhere. I don't know where we how much we have left, but I'm gonna try and get as much done. Hopefully complete Act 5 today, because I think this should be the last of the Archon quests. And then I will just quickly go through my plan before we do that. I'll quickly go through my plan before we move before anything to do with Natlin. I have heard from various things that with the Archon quests and with this stuff with Natlin, that there is some stuff that's not fully voiced due to the voice actor strike. I don't know how true that is. I've remained completely spoiler free. Well, I say that there is one thing I do know about Natlin, but I'm not gonna reveal that until we come to it. For the most part, I've kept spoiler free. But I have heard that there are parts of Natlin which aren't voiced by voice actors due to the voice actor strike. Don't know how true that is, but it would make sense if there's I can't remember what the voice actor strike is called. Is it Sagafra? Something along those lines. But since it's a strike that's going on, I will be. Oh, 1 second. I will be holding off on streaming the Natlin Archon quest for the time being until I know for a fact that it's going to be fully voiced. That's my plans at the moment. So I'm going to be holding off to moving on to Natlin until I know the whole, basically until the strike is over with and they've had a chance to revisit all the scenes that need the voices, and because I want to go through the experience with all the characters voiced, with everything, because with everything added in and get the full experience. And so there probably will be quite a big time gap between the end of Fontaine Archon quest and the beginning of the Natlin Archon quest. But in the meantime, I will be doing a whole bunch. So I'll get to chat in a second. In the meantime, I will be doing a bunch of quests. I will be trying to do a bunch of the story quests. So there's a lot of story quests in time. There's also a bunch of hangouts, which I have barely touched. I think the only hangout I've done is Carve's. So there is still plenty of Genshin content that I will be doing before Natlin, but I will not be doing any content in Natlin until I know for a fact that it will all be fully voiced. Does that make sense? Okay? I cannot, because I loves being antagonistic. Shut up, Kinich. Because I don't want to do the whole Archon quest with there being patches of it and there being many parts of it which don't have voice dialogue, because that's just, it's not fun. Anyway, so that's my plan, just to let you know, Alright, well, let's see chat. King Naeus, the Nether Empire, oh my god. Hello, Kevin Snowmunch, I love your reaction videos. Thank you! I didn't think I'd hear that from King Naeus of the Nether Empire, but thank you. Appreciate it. We're getting on with the Archon quest now that I've done with my blubbering for 8 minutes. Hi, what's up?
Is something wrong?
But thank you for the kind comment. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm just refreshing my feed because I'm nuts. I appreciate that you like my reactions.
Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
I will hopefully one day get better at editing them, because I am very aware that all my reaction videos are very lengthy, and I talk a lot. And I don't know what to edit out of me talking with them, because I feel like everything I talk about, I like theorizing, okay? Anyway, what you saying, weird bunny get bunny, lady? Monsieur Novelet and Lady Farina seem to have gotten into a dispute. They're just fighting each other, they're boxing each other. Have I noticed they have wings? Have they always had wings?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
Oh. What is happening?
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us.
Damn, they fighting. I was expecting, are we gonna open the door and they're just gonna be like boxing each other?
It is not my intention
Sumo
to offend
wrestling.
you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
Yeah.
Look
Arena.
at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Although wasn't the knave suspecting she wasn't actually the Hydro Archon? There's a lot of mystery that we're gonna probably uncover with the end of this theme about this end quest.
You mean they're all
Dead. Yeah.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
Ooh. His voice, the rumble in his voice.
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know.
Yeah, Farina. Tell us.
Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
Maybe Farina will go there and investigate herself. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she hasn't actually seen them yet.
That's correct. Which is
Oh
why
my
I
God.
came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
That's actually a really cool shot here, like the black panel in between, because it actually looks like they're like it's Farina versus Novella. That's a cool shot. I like that.
The prophecy?
Yes, the prophecy.
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
Maybe we should take her to the ruins and she needs to see these slates for herself.
I'll ask you again.
Damn!
Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
Damn, he's really not letting this go.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
True. Although, then again, I feel like maybe not. I don't know. I don't really know where this stands here, because it could be like a case where like, oh, because obviously we don't know a lot about Egeria, but it could be a case of like you know what happened with like Ruka Devata and hi, what's up? I feed the dogs? No, I did not. Okay, sorry. I was about to, then I completely forgot. What was I talking about? It could be a case like Ruka Devata and Lesolo Kusanali, where like Ruka Devata died as Nihida was born, or Lesolo Kusanali was born. So I'm wondering if it's the same thing here, with like maybe a previous Archon has to die before the new one is like reborn or born or whatever it may be. So maybe she doesn't actually know anything.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's strange that you don't know anything, because yes, you may not know everything that Egeria knows, but at the same time, you should know some things about the prophecy and the gods and all that lot, because you are a god. And the prophecy is kind of about you.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
That side eye! Oh no, I hit the wrong
Forgive me
button.
for saying this now,
I was trying to
Lady
get a
Fontaine,
screenshot of
but I've
that.
long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Damn, Novelette really hit. I was trying to take a screenshot of that previous image with the side eye, but that's Novelette is not having it. He is not having any of this shit. I'm saying this now, but I've long known of your very secret investigations into certain matters. Oh, he really pulled a, I know what you've been doing behind my back.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Novelet has basically just snuffed you out and being like, you're a lazy bitch.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that tight.
Okay, this escalated into the wrong direction. Farina is the master of deflection, I tell you that much.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
I keep forgetting that he's her subordinate. Because I feel like it almost is like it should be the other way around. Because Novelet seems so much more capable than Farina. It is such a weird way of, like, writing these two. Because, like, Farina is kind of just like a walking mystery. Like, yet she's the Archon. It's weird.
Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
You're sure? You kind of look sad there. And you don't look like you believe your words.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Doodles! Okay, bye! Have fun, Farina. Well, that conversation went well, didn't it? Bye! Have fun, Farina.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems to be deliberately hiding something. Yeah.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Mm-hmm. You seem happy.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
I had to move my mic. Dang it. Hopefully that will be okay. I don't want it to... I need a new boom, thing. Not boom arm, but like... pop filter thing. I don't know what they're called.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue.
True.
Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Why did she refuse to keep it? She's obviously hiding something. I feel like she knows something, but like she either can't tell us or just outright refuses to. I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is. What? As if, like 12 people dying, to being dissolved in Poisson wasn't dire enough?
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
Well, let's tie her up and bring her closer to the fire. Let's just hold her over the fire, and then, you know, she'll be forced to, otherwise we'll cook her. What, you guys not like that idea?
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Hopefully the volume's okay. I think it should be. I'm more concerned about. Let me just double check and make sure the volume of the game's okay. Hold her over the fire, and then she'll be forced to. Otherwise, we'll cook her. What, you guys not like that idea?
We may have to create a situation in which.
Okay, sorry. It's fine. It is fine. The game audio is fine. I was just concerned whether the game audio was not coming through. But it is. It's fine.
Like what?
Sorry about that. Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Well, technically we can put her on trial, because she made a false accusation against the Traveler. Like, in Act 1. So technically we could be like, well, you made a false accusation. You couldn't, What was it against? No, it was against Lenny, not the Traveler. So technically we can use that maybe as a situation to, like, force her to stand trial.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
Well, there'll be guards there.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
I love the fact that we're all just casually plotting against our Archon right now. Great. We love this. I'm loving
this. If at all
this.
possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass.
I feel like the prophecy's gonna happen one way or another, because that's generally how prophecies work. The general concept of a prophecy is no matter what you do to try and avoid it, it will happen one way or another. And generally, it's I think if my understanding with prophecy is right, it's usually the actions that people try to take to avoid them is what leads to them coming true. So I feel like whatever we do, it's just going to ensure the prophecy is going to come true either way, because...
This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Maybe Arlecchino can do us a solid back, because maybe Arlecchino can share the information she knows about, or she thinks, like, her perspective on Farina with Neuvillette. Interesting. A few days later, on a boat somewhere in quiet Poisson. Okay.
Well, that's everyone, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Although if it suddenly starts bursting open with water again, then, probably not a good choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
Fair enough, can't blame you for that.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Sure.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
I'm sorry, the way Farina is just staring at Fremine then is like the most scariest smile I have ever seen. She's like, with her dead, like, anime eyes, she's just staring into Fremine like, hi.
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Why did you say good sir like that? Why
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Wouldn't Farina get suspicious if the Udex has just gone missing? Well, not gone missing, but like isn't at his usual... I don't know, it's a weird one.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
I didn't realize Clorin was here, okay.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
Yeah.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Right, okay, go on.
How intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Also, she's the only person, this is the only time I've This is the only time I've actually heard Clorin's name be pronounced correctly. Because everybody just goes, Clorand. There is no A in her name. It's Clorind.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
She doesn't want... I love her eyes. I can't deny I love her eyes. They're very pretty.
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
Not Farina, sorry, Navia just scares me. She's one of those overly social people who is just terrifying. Hello, Kevin. Hello, viruses. Welcome to the stream. We are currently trying to finish the final act of, I think this is the final act at least. Maybe? I don't know. Well, it's Act 5 at least of Fontaine. And yeah, well, hopefully we're gonna get to the end today. I did explain earlier in the stream, but when I finish the Archon quest of Fontaine, there will be quite a big gap between... Oh, it's Derek! Hi, Derek! I didn't realize that was you. Hi! Welcome, welcome! It's 3 AM. Hey, go to sleep! What is wrong with you? Derek, go to sleep! What is wrong with you, you crazy man? But yeah, there will be a big gap between me streaming Fontaine and Natlan because the voice actor strike might have messed up some voice, or many characters in Natlan basically might not be voiced, from what I've heard. So
I see.
anyway,
And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
I love Neverlet. Neverlet's eyes are the prettiest of all. It's weird, and obviously we know he's the Hydro Dragon now, so I guess it makes his sense that his eyes are so detailed. Because, like, they kind of give, like, dragon-ish vibes, but there's no really dragon-like features to him.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Kind of.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
That's quite a word. Marechaussee Hunters.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus.
Right, okay. That's another king's name.
Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake.
Right, okay.
A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
Right, okay.
So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
Suppose it depends on what we're trapping, but in this case, I know they're talking about trapping, Farina.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Oh, that's cute!
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
Teach me your ways, Lenny. I wish I could be you.
I'm
Not
afraid
be
I
you,
can't
but-
claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Right, okay.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
Lynette just doesn't care. Lynette's just like, I'm here to vibe.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I don't think finding a clockwork Farina would work too well. I feel like Farina's a bit smarter than to know that there's a robot version of her in front of us.
I did.
In front of her, sorry.
And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
Alright.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Yup.
But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur.
Monsieur.
If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Yeah.
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need.
Right, okay.
If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Yeah.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
True. He makes a good point.
So, are we going hunting together?
Yeah, for Archons, for gods.
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
Yeah.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
Yup.
But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
So they all know the plan. Okay.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Never mind, they didn't.
Sounds very interesting.
I'm surprised. Like, is Alakito involved in this or no? Ow. I just stabbed my finger with a stapler. Ow, that hurt. Okay, I was kind of thought that Alakino would also be in the know, but maybe not. I wonder if she'll real appear. Grand hunting metaphor is that a metaphor? You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secret she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither a hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is all you. That is what you will need. Ooh. Sorry, 1 second. Alright. I didn't mean to sit down. Go to Spina de Oro. Is anybody, like, just chilling? Anyone hanging around? Is the place still, like, in shambles? Kind of, yeah. I don't think we've ever been up here, have we? So, if I remember correctly, if I haven't been up here, isn't there like a Oculus up here somewhere? Or have I already grabbed this? I've already grabbed it, I can't remember. Anyway. We need to go to... Oh no, it's underground. Into the solar. Wee. Alright.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
This meeting sure did make me hungry. Not me, I've
I
already
didn't think the
eaten.
meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Yeah. Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
Oh, why thank you, Paimon.
After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I did not do that.
Then what's that?
It's tea.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Oh?
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Hi? Wait a minute. I feel like I've heard this voice before. This might be me reaching. This might be just me like, lightly theorizing. Didn't we hear this voice in Sumeru? Like, if you remember, I'm gonna backtrack slightly here. If you remember the Sub-Zero's festival, was it the Sub-Zero's festival? No, it was the Act 6, I want to say, of Sumeru. Yeah, it was Act 6 of Sumeru. We had just done the whole thing. It was the Wanderer quest line of the Archon quest, and at the end of that, during that quest, before Paimon forgot who Wanderer was, she broke it was like a jug or a vase or something along those lines. And then at the end of the quest, when the world hadn't been, like, that was before the world got tampered with, and then afterwards, after the world got tampered with, that same vase was broken, and then they were like, and everybody else, and both Traveler and Paimon were like, "Huh, why is this vase still broken if the world has changed?" And then we heard this voice. I'm pretty sure it was this voice, at least. Maybe it was similar, but not the same voice. I don't remember.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Is that right?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Yeah, I was right. I know my voice. I know things.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
Is she British? Who voices this character? And who is this character?
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you.
Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Accepting a commission from my friend's disciple. Who is this? Oh, the Mona's here. So maybe this is someone from the Hexen Circle. Maybe this is the old hag's friend. Like, it's like one of the witches in that Hexen Circle group, right? Could be. I mean to ask you, will Fontaine's cup obviously come true?
Prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Mage N. I don't know if I should Google that, because that might be, I don't know if it will spoil me with anything. Let me do a quick Google. Genshin Hexen Circle Mage N. Pardon me, sorry. I kind of want to go to the wiki. Genshin Wiki! Her name is Nicole Reen, also known by her codename N. Nicole is a prophet. Okay, her name is Nicole. That answers that. Does it say who she's voiced by? Let me see if I can find. She's voiced by Amber Connor. I gotta do a bit more digging. I'm sorry, chat. Amber Connor. What is Amber Connor voiced in? Do I know this voice? She voices a character in Honkai, but that doesn't surprise me if she voices in Genshin. Nothing else particularly that I'm aware of, but okay. That answers the question, though. N stands for Nicole. Okay.
Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Not unless you change Irminsul itself. Or, like, affect Irminsul itself. But then again, I don't feel like in Fontaine, we're gonna change... That's one thing I'm wondering. If it is a case of, like, the original... If like, an original sin with the previous Hydro Archon, if we went... Say, theoretically speaking... If we went back to Sumeru, to Irminsul, made the world forget the previous Hydro Archon Egeria, would everybody just forget about the prophecy and the prophecy just be cancelled out because there's no original sin to be committed? Or nobody remembers the original sin? Just a thought, I don't know. There is again fate.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
As seen from the perspective of the gods. So, when she says gods here, does she mean the Archons? Or does she mean, like, the heavenly principles? Because if so, because I've heard multiple things about the heavenly principles, but like, I've heard the term heavenly principles being used as just that one god we see right at the beginning of the game, the one who shoots the Tetris cubes out of her hands or whatever, the one who looks a lot like Paimon. and who a lot of people theorize is Paimon is actually one of the heavenly principles. Or is this saying, because it's using gods as like a plural, is this saying there are multiple heavenly principles? There are multiple gods? I'm assuming it has to be talking about Celestia and the heavenly principles, because it would be a case of, like, they would be the ones who create the prophecy in the first place. And it would be that their projection over to that to try and gain control. So maybe it's a case of, like, because Freena's keeping a secret, because she doesn't tell anybody about it, it's happening in a corner. It's something happening in a corner that Celestia is not able to see. I don't know. I don't know. I'm theorizing just
different from the fate that the gods perceive.
Things that you shall see different from the fate that I don't understand. Do I understand these words?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
It sounds confusing. The teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right?
No!
Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
I don't know!
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
I love the way she says the word future.
All you need to do is to play your part.
Play your part. So, is this a case of play the game, not be played? Maybe. Maybe this is a case of keep playing the game, you'll win, or if you don't keep playing the game, you'll be played. That's my theory.
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
There are no teacups nearby.
That'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
And so is the teacup still here. Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us? Interesting. There's a lot to there's theories to gain from that. But ultimately it's still very confusing.
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming.
Getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Hello, Mona.
Mona!
Have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected.
Oh?
Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Oh.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
I know her vaguely. We've only seen her once in this story.
I'm in full
Which is kind of
support of her
disappointing,
views.
because she's one of the first
Prophecies are
Fontainians to
very
see in the
important,
game.
But how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
Like, we've had all this buzz around Charlotte, yet she's a 4-star, but also she's only appeared in one scene.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
Tell Mona about your mysterious guest, the Mage N.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
That would be really funny. I tell you what, it would be really funny if at the end of all this, if at the end of Genshin, if Paimon does turn out to be a heavenly principle, and because there are so many things that Paimon says, they were like, because she looks ridiculously similar to the god right at the beginning, right? Because it says here, she said that even the gods' gaze have blind spots. Pretty odd if you ask Paimon. Most people believe the gods be all knowing, right? Because if she is like a heavenly principle or like related to the heavenly principles, she would consider herself to be all knowing, like, but is acting under the guise of this innocent, kind of clueless baby. Well, not baby, but like,
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
I wonder if he'll tell me the other names. Should I look up the Hexen Circle? Give me a moment. Hexen Circle. What are the names of the other witches? I'm curious. Okay, so we have Alice, who's obviously Klee's mother. Barbeloff, who's Mona's master. The first mayor of Snezhnaya is Ivanovna. I don't know how to say that name. We have Anders' daughter, who authored The Boar Princess. Is the writer? An author? Okay. Then there's Nicole, who's a prophetess, who guides people, a guide who will never get lost. Octavia, that's quite a cool name. I like Octavia. Taking up a life of eternal wandering, interesting. Rhine-Daughter we've heard of, I believe. Have we heard of Rhine-Daughter? Creator of Albedo, Duran, and Elinus. I don't know what Elinus it means. And the Rift Hounds. Interesting. So there's a bunch of weird, wacky people. Bunch of weird, wacky witches.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Yeah, so they're all like these like biologically immortal witches.
Whoa, the Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Yeah, it's only because because Fontaine can potentially drown one day. It's not that big.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so...
Huh.
Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Helpful! True, her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Probably when it's too late. Was that the best answer to my question that I could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed.
Ew.
But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
Yeah, it must be kind of like a weird job to be like able to see the future, but ever do nothing about it.
Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
True!
you do have a point.
Sorry. I wish I had it on to play,
There
but
I
it's...
go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Sorry about it, Mona, and thank
It was
you!
worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did.
I keep forgetting Mona has 2 outfits. I do prefer this one, personally, over the other one.
I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
This is the only time that we've met by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too.
I wasn't really listening.
Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Wait, before we do that, there is something I want to do real quick, and it does involve Poisson. I will get to the continuing the quest. I just want to do something real quick. Hopefully it's here. It is. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Guys! I'm capturing doggos! Mine. This is mine. Mine. Okay, there we go. And I believe the other one is by the court of Fontaine. Let me just grab it quick. Wait, hold on, someone's DMing me in DMs. Never mind, I'll get to that later. Oh my god. There we go, there's the last one. Got it. Okay, I've got my dogs now. We're fine. Continuing. I wish it would let you grab all the dogs. Like you could capture all the dogs with a mouse. I need to find out if they're craftable or if I can get more of them. I've only got 2 left. Going.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Oh my god, we're maybe we're famous.
Let Paimon see!
We're famous.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report, a blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
She's stalking us! Call the police!
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Sure seems to be the case.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
She's still stalking us, though. I don't appreciate this. They fucking hate the paparazzi. Listen, journalism's fine. Don't like the paparazzi, though. It's a bit much.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Okay. Is it actually gonna let me in the restaurant? Oh, it is. That's surprising.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
I haven't sorted out for the day.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great!
Can't anyone get ahead of us? Oh, look.
One slice of cake, please.
Oh, look, a Melazine got ahead.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Why would we not eat?
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Fair enough. Don't blame you, Sadine.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
I live off of cake. Fair enough. I like you, Sadine.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
I like this Melazine.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
Fair enough.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Paimon, as opposed to dying. Two opposites. One is living, one is dying. And one is called being dead.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin! Oh, that's so cute! Can you explain why Sijuin is, looks human? I'm sure that'll get explained eventually, but Sijuin looks human.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
Oh, this is cute! I forget that the Melazines see things differently to humans, so this is cute.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Oh, she's so cute! They're so adorable! I just want to give them a hug.
There she goes.
That's not what you said, Paimon. You said, hope you see you later.
All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Yeah, Melazine bought it for you. You snuff it down.
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Right, well, I'm glad we wasted time doing that. Leave the Hotel de Boer.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Have a chat. But in my weeklies, I don't remember Charlotte.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Can we just get a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
We barely know her, Paimon.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist.
Yeah.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
So by live photography, you mean stalking?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
What else do you need for an interview? Other than questions and a camera?
Oh.
And obviously
in that
the
case,
interviewers.
We'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
All this for an interview? We could do it out of the fucking street!
Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
Are we all gonna die tomorrow? I don't know.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Why is Paimon being so depressed all the time? I know it's kind of a sad thing. The whole thing with the prophecy. But come on!
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
I don't think you haven't... No, I'm gonna be very quiet here.
Most people don't
Honey-wise.
know what they do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
Sure, otherwise you'll end up being... Because when people say a prophecy's coming soon, soon could be like, it could be tomorrow, but it also could be any time within the next 10 years. So, a prophecy happening soon isn't really much to go off of.
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
Fair enough.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless.
And then it would all get washed away in the water, and then nothing would ever exist because you'd be turned into a puddle of water in the dead of night.
And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible.
What about a photocopier?
I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic.
Yes,
but
you are
I
a
do love
workaholic.
my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind.
I know you're a dreamer.
I guess you could say
Not
that
all those
I was
things.
born to be a journalist.
You're a workaholic. Well, Charlotte, just
Anyway,
a minute.
That's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Bye. Ditto.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Let's go stare at it and hope it doesn't rise anymore. Maybe that'll work.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo,
There's
huh?
loads of challenges I haven't done yet.
Paimon's been thinking,
Yes?
if it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Well, fortunately, Paimon, Ether's not from, Tevat, so he can technically go anywhere. Actually, no, he can't. Because his powers have been taken from him right at the start of the game. question.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, It's just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is
We've always
pointless.
been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll just keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Yeah, why just suddenly change things because of something that might happen? And fall between you and slips by, as night falls, you return to your accommodations at the end of a busy day. Next few days are calm. Charlotte comes and finds you and conducts an interview at the Spinderer safe house at the Fleur Gendre. Now via having finished business and Beswan even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. And that's it.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Well, we are in the sewers, Paimon.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palimony as well.
You're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
That's literally what I just said, Paimon.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meripede.
So you're under the impression we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
Oh!
A riot?
Lovely.
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious.
Let's hear it then. Ow.
Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Oof. Oof.
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Ooh, is this part of the plan? This feels like a setup.
And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Yeah.
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Damn! Well, her reputation is well and truly down the drain at this point.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
Yep.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
So she's running from her problems, as per usual.
The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Imagine you losing your god and your god goes missing. That's just embarrassing.
That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Alright, bye! Yeah! This is part of the plan.
Sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
She'll caught on quickly, Paimon.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
Uh-huh.
And as we all also know she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Yeah.
When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
That's because she has this thing called empathy, Paimon.
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today.
True.
Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
Isn't that what we just said?
Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective's done you some good. Looks like those detective dolls have had an effect on you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Okay. It's 8 o'clock. Okay. I just stole the book. Where are we going? Oh, there was an achievement there. Hold on. Where are we going? Poisson? Poisson?
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
They're deserted, Completely deserted. There is nobody else here with us, Paimon. Anyway. Oh, there she is. She's down there. Whoop-choom. Jump in. Do a flip!
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
Ooh.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Or is she talking about the incident in Poisson? Maybe.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out.
I like her socks and shoes as well. Side note, but yeah.
I'm sorry.
I must say, like, in Farina's defense, even if she is keeping secrets or whatever, you gotta feel for her in the regard that the whole prophecy will be on her shoulders to try and find a solution to try and get out of. And I don't know how... Has it been said how old Farina is? I don't know. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, I don't know how it's been said how old Farina is, but, like, she's got to be a few centuries old at least. So she would have been trying to figure this out for all this time, and still has absolutely no clue where to go, what to do. So everybody's gonna be trying to, like, everybody's gonna be expecting her to know all these answers, and in reality, because it wasn't actually her sin that started all this, she doesn't have a clue. I feel like that part's genuine.
But what can I even do?
It's a ridiculous amount of pressure. So I do feel for her.
Over.
Farina.
Who's that?
It's
Don't
me!
worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
She can really, like, switch her acting on with a click of her finger. Very impressive.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
Would you like a hug?
What do you mean, tear stains?
I wish they would show the tear
I
stains.
remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
I wish they would actually show the tear stains, like with Fontaine has been better at showing facial expressions, like with sadness, like with the teary eyes, the crying, stuff like that. But like, I wish it would show more, or like, so that they have tear stains. I wish it would show that.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found.
Maybe?
Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
I love Freda's laugh. Freda's laugh is just so contagious. I love it. Stop trying to act tough, Farina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is. The Hydro Archon's over there. Quick, after her.
Did you?
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
I mean, just jump in the water. They can't exactly jump in after you because they'll dissolve.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
And never mind, she's running off. You could.
Farina just ran off.
You could just jump into the water, and then they can't follow you inside because they will dissolve.
Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Okay. What is happening? This is just dumb. You could have. This just seems dumb. You could have animated this and make it more intense, but instead it's just this. It's dumb. It's 3 people. This is stupid. What is happening?
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hell.
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Oh. Okay.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me.
No.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof. You may want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Jesus Christ, that I had to mute my mic then. It literally caught me so off guard. Oh my god, that Paimon voice caught me so off guard. It actually made me cry. It actually made me choke to death. Oh my god, that I was not expecting Paimon to say that. Oh, that was so funny.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Sorry. Oh, Paimon, you nearly killed me. Oh my god. Oh, I see the trap is in motion. Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Oh my god. I gotta just be careful when I drink now, so I don't drink my monster. And Paimon says those funny comments.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Poisson. She sounds so sad saying Poisson. As far... oh my god. Sorry. Has Farina... oh my god. Sorry about that. Try again. Has Farina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. Begin to talk amongst yourselves as Farina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
That's what I thought.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me.
Alright, so she has actually been working like an Archon.
I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
She sounds so, like, broken and sad. Oh my god. oh my god. I'm still choking. But, even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson.
Poisson!
Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives.
Okay, two things here. I love how Farina's voice actor kills it. Like, I love how she can switch between her upbeat, like, cheery Farina, who's very dramatic, but I also quite like the voice of sad Farina. It's like a very different change of pace. But also, I love how anyone, but especially Farina, says the word poisson. Because poisson, it just reminds me of how people say croissant. Like croissant? Croissant!
But just now,
It reminds me, it kind of sounds
it all
similar.
became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
Exactly.
Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
That's the spirit, Farina.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden.
Oh my god.
But honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Farina, you're driving me insane.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
God damn it.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running. Sorry. We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Farina. You might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness. That's really good writing, actually. Holy shit. The only
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
The only thing I'm kind of upset with that is that would have been so much more powerful if that was voiced by Zach, if that was voiced by Ether's voice actor, because that is what you call good writing. That's what you call a witness. That is so powerful. Hi, I'm C-Legend13. Welcome to the stream. We're currently finishing up the Act 5 of the Archon quest in Fontaine. Welcome, welcome.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
This is such good writing. I love this. This is so good.
If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Frida, just spit it out. Tell me, bitch. What secrets are you harboring? What's happening? Oh! It's a magic trick! You can see her slightly shaking, actually. Did you see her hand then? Like, she was doing a little... She was like a slightly subtle shake of her hand because she was nervous.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Wow.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Oh! Well, I kind of expected the trial would happen anyway, but... She was just about to tell us her secrets! I'm currently still ill from a cold I've had for just literally 2 weeks. It's horrible. I thought I'd hop in for this. Oh! Well, I hope you get better soon, MC13. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're feeling rough. That sucks. Not fun. Well, I hope my stream can make you feel at least a little better.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
And there goes the rhetoric again.
Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
No, it seems like great crack, actually. I feel this is a great move to do.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial?
Well, I mean, with all due respect, Novelet, you can't exactly make someone stand trial unless you tell them what they are being charged with. Because they can't plead guilty or not guilty if they are not told in the first place what their charges are. You know, common sense.
In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Damn! Cloren's ready to throw hands! Hey Plague, welcome to the stream. We're currently finishing the Act 5 of the Fontaine Archon quest. I think we're about to basically judge the God of Justice in a court. So this will be fun.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Clorinda, what is that cheap-ass sword you're wearing? That's one of the 4-star swords. You haven't even got your 5-star sword. Damn.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
There was no shaking. There was no hesitation. Clorinda's ready to, like, shank people. Clorinda's can't speak. Corinne's ready to throw hands. She's like, I don't care. I will literally kill you right now. Did she just surrender?
I can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
I mean, isn't surrendering like putting your arms above your head, not just up like that? I don't know.
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Yep, pretty much.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Shut up, NPC! Yeah, exactly, shut the fuck up! I love that smile, hold on. Alright, perfect, thank you. Continuing on.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
I mean, to be fair, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. Because raising both hands could just mean like, alright, enough, stop. I will, it could just be like, alright, enough, like... I don't know, I kind of agree with her on that.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
No, I mean, I kind of agree with her. She's kind of right.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary.
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Farina one of the best units in the game to, in terms of, have playable characters?
I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes.
So are we putting her on trial for the Poisson incident, I'm assuming?
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
Damn.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice!
Let's go, Farina!
This time, I will protect you.
This time. Interesting.
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
I love how Farina just got here. Felt a bit betrayed because we like transported her through like a house on the stage. Looked around, was like, oh, you want to put me on trial? And then just immediately took over being like, haha, this is my stage, you fools!
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! This is so dumb.
Oh, now we're making history.
I forgot how much I hate the audience. even Novelette's just like, God damn it, I hate this.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Right, round two, bitch. We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we defeat Farina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. So how exactly is this? So is this for the Poisson incident, I'm assuming? Because otherwise, what grounds do we have to
please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
We're just gonna tell her.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Oh, everybody's here. Even Charlotte's here.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Oh! Interesting.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
Wow. Sorry,
the people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame.
Sorry, I missed opening my snacks. Give me a moment. Alright, continuing on.
Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
Yep.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
I feel like this whole thing has completely unintentionally, completely fluffed up and skyrocketed Lenny's ego.
That's right. That house was a magic box.
You
rather
don't
than someone's
say!
residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human.
Wow, we really rose the stakes with this, didn't we?
My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support.
Oh!
The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Okay. So Arlecchino is in on the plan.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
Right.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
We just saved you back there, in case you couldn't tell.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts.
Okay.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
Pretty much.
Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yep.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Exactly. There was no flinching. There was no shaking whatsoever. She was ready to throw hands.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Actually, no. You guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
I keep forgetting to do that. I have my soundboard here, But I haven't set it up yet because I'm such a dumbass.
The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Frida want to say right before we arrived onto the stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along.
Hey, Esmond, I remember you from Act 1.
This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Hi! You're suddenly becoming somewhat a little bit relevant.
Oh, Leb Hymancy. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Clever! Wow, she's really perceptive.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
Super practical gift. Sorry. I never would have thought about using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Alright.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, alright?
Okay. Let me just read through quickly. Sorry, excuse me. A murder case unfolded in the midst of Lenny and Lynette's first performance at the Grand Opera House. Though they were cleared of the accusations leveled against them, their identities as agents of the House of the Hearth were revealed.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
The truth behind the serial disappearance of young women case, it turns out that Fontainians can be dissolved by water from the primordial sea. Over the years, Vacher kidnapped and dissolved many young girls for his experiments to try and find a way to bring back his wife, who had been dissolved.
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
True. Charles' conviction, though Neuvillette believed the child to be innocent, the Oratrice judged him as guilty. In the end, even Farina didn't know why. Meeting with the knave.
The Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
I don't feel like that's evidence, though. Her instinct is not evidence. There's nothing conclusive about that. It's just hearsay. The meeting with the knave. During the diplomatic meeting with the knave, she revealed that she had already probed Farina on her own and believes it is possible that not only is Farina not really the Archon, but she is actually afflicted with some sort of curse. I did forget about that, actually. They mentioned a curse.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
Oof. The intrusion of the Primordial Sea into the fortress of Meripede. The entrance of the Primordial Sea is sealed beneath the Forbidden Zone in the fortress of Meripede, and recently the Primordial Sea has nearly broken out. It was only temporarily pushed back by Neuvillette's power.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time.
Also, the way she said Neuvillette's name is like the most perfect way to ever say Neuvillette. The whale in the dream. You saw child floating in the sea in a dream, as well as an indescribably massive whale. Okay, ruins.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Navia falling into the seawater. While exploring the near ruins of Basson, it began to collapse, and Navia fell into water containing primordial seawater. Only the protection of the dead members of Spina Ruptus would have prevented her from dissolving.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay. Tea time with N. N communicated with you about connecting your by connecting your consciousnesses. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but that you needn't give up or hope. Okay. That's everything.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
So I assume this is like gonna be like before, where all I have to do is match up evidence.
Oh, come on, Nervylette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
I mean, true. I feel like you should have told her about this before she decides on whether she wants to defend her honor in a duel or stand trial.
Of course. It is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Zach got paid! Let's go!
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Damn! We're really taking that theory to the next level, aren't we?
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Damn.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Damn! He was no hesitating with that. Wow.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Lady Farina? Lady Farina?
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
Well, she said she's been investigating for centuries. This will be interesting to see how this goes.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case.
Oh, we're using the common sense
Many
card,
of the
are we?
audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
Yes, because I feel like this is good crack.
Case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
No, I want to continue because I think this will be good crack.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Also, give us the chance to surrender. You're the defendant here, Farina.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think carefully. What do we know that's special about Farina exactly? It would probably be the one that jumps to mind is the curse that Farina mentioned. Not Farina, sorry, Knave. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
The fact that you knew that right from the get-go says enough. It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What claims is the veracity of the claim?
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Interesting.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Maybe. Oh, that's interesting, actually. So maybe Frida was cursed to not only have an extended lifespan, but also mask mask the same divinity. Like, it gives off the same aura as a god's would. So it... nothing can be sensed and missed. I don't know.
It sensed it too, huh?
So, Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
I must say, I do find it highly amusing how the first two gods we meet in this game, who are Venti and Zhongli, they are both gods. You know, they're both original gods. They're the only two of the original 7, and yet they're choosing to live lives as humans. Yet Farina, who's insisting she is a god, she could just be a human. That is hilarious to me. Hi Chris, welcome to the stream. We're currently finishing up the Act 5 of the Fontaine Archon quest. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for dropping by, my guy.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
I mean, that's a good point. That's a fair question.
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Okay.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Frida actually has no control over the Oratrice at all, which is child's conviction. She has no fucking clue.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
I love the way Paimon said that. Also, can I just mention how we haven't been pressing where Child is? He's still currently drowning in primordial seawater at this time. Just saying, we've just kind of given up on him.
Clear at the time. The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Bitch, you are standing trial in a court. You kind of have to explain.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I can't believe he's having to explain to her, of all people, how court works. Potentially someone who's been posing as the god of justice someone's having to explain to her how court works. This is so dumb and funny at the same time.
you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Yeah.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created.
Mind you, she said since it was first created, not since I first created it. Just saying. So it proves that she wasn't the one who created it. Unless it existed before that. Unless it was like Egeria who made the Oratrice, I'm not sure.
You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
I mean, she kind of has a fair point there, but we'll ignore that for now. Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now. But then, Miss Farina, could you please... I can't speak. Could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Girl, just make a bubble. I don't know. Spray water at your fingertips or something.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capabilities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Wait, whoa. Are you telling me this is before she... I didn't even think of that!
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people.
Oh my...
And I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
I can't believe I didn't even notice that. Let me, do that real quick. But, like, in Frina's, like, splash art, her drip marketing, her vision's here, right? But here it's not. It's a, like a gem. So, is this at a point where, like, later on in the story, or later, pardon me, I don't know how much longer is left of this, of Act 5, but you tell me later on, maybe she'll get her vision? Interesting.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
I know.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yep.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Well, I mean, in Farina's defense, doesn't really defend her a whole lot, but technically Nahida did the same thing, didn't she? Actually, that wasn't Nahida. Never mind, I take back my accusation. Because that wasn't Nahida who gave away. Because, like, my memory serves correctly, the people of Tevat believe that Nahida gave up a bunch of her power and memories to eradicate the forbidden knowledge with King Deshret, but that actually wasn't Nahida. That was the previous Dendro Archon, Ukudavata, who was deleted from Irminsul, and therefore that changed the memory system of Tevat because it affected Irminsul, and therefore everybody else believes it's Nahida, so it's not the same person. So I take that back, and that's not really a defense.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me?
Whether they want to and whether they actually do, Farina, two different things. The evidence is kind of against you right now.
Please, you've got to believe me.
She sounds so sad. Too bad I don't give a fuck.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Probably.
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
I mean, that's a fair statement.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
That is fair.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove she is just a human, and if she's only human, reveal it. She already did a task eviction. Relevant. They're dissolving! We can try and turn her into water! That sounds like good crack, right?
That all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
We're gonna dissolve you, bitch!
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Yeah! Exactly! So shut the fuck up, Navia!
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice.
Super sorry.
I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn.
Well, it better be. Now shut the fuck up.
Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives. Including those of some of my closest friends.
Yeah, irrelevant. Stop projecting on the court, Navia. I really could care less about your
Miss
dead
Farina,
friends.
would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Freddie!
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All you should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
True.
Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years.
This is actually kind of genius. This is devious at a whole nother level.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
I mean, it would be funny if she wasn't actually Fontainian, because... that would kind of be funny. But then again, it hasn't really been specified what this curse of hers entails. Like, does it just extend her life, or... but what does it do? Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Yeah, but declining basically just proves that, you know...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
Or knowing human rights.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
Oh?
That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
No, let her do it. There you go. See, that wasn't so hard.
Hey!
She actually touched it! She did it! Woo! I should probably include the yippee sound effect, but I can't be bothered to go find it. Well done, Farina!
I'm fine! Look!
She did it!
Everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
She's like, I'm fine, look! She didn't even know she hadn't been dissolved. That's so funny.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Damn. She's angry.
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Oh. Siegewin?
Siegewin?
Why did she react that way to Siegewin?
Don't be nervous.
Look, it's the little
It'll
cute...
just take a few seconds.
It's the little cute Sailor Moon sociopath.
That should be enough.
Okay.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
Okay.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that...
I thought she was just, you know, nervous. Or having a panic attack.
She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Like Fremine! Oh, I didn't even think of that! That is really smart. So it's not enough. It's not a big enough concentration to dissolve her. But it's big enough concentration to show symptoms. That is so clever.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
It's similar to like when you put like hair dye or something like behind a person's ear to see if they have an allergic reaction to it. To see if they're not allergic to it, so that it's safe to dye their hair. It's the same thing. That's clever.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson.
I didn't even notice Siegewin was standing there. She was really hidden.
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Also, I only just realized she has odd gloves on. She hasn't even got matching gloves. What is this witchery? What's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching the water as a human. That's true. It's too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
God, she sounds so desperate.
Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
Valid point. I mean, you're not wrong.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
I don't think anyone's buying it. I mean, she looks really pissed off.
Anyone, just listen to me!
Anyone? Oh no!
I really am your Archon!
Oh, I mean, I kind of feel a little bit bad, but you've kind of done this to yourself, Furina. Oh?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
I thought that was the knave for a second then. I thought the knave was just in the audience being like, Farina, you're such a disappointment.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Okay. You good? I mean, clearly not. Your reputation has been utterly tarnished.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
No, panic attack time. This is fun. Cool camera effect, though.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is...
guilty.
Guilty.
Damn. The prophecy! She sat weeping on her throne!
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
The prophecy, that's it, we're fucked, guys. We're all gonna die. We're all dead. We're all gonna die. She sat on the throne crying. Yippee! We're all completely... hydraly fucked. Yay! Imagine if the Oratrice now says she's innocent. Like, you know how Child said Child was guilty? Imagine if it flips and says she's innocent. That would be funny. Don't want the Honkai Star Rail ticket. That would be crazy if it says she's innocent. That would be
According
hilarious.
to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
innocent! Oh my god, is it actually?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice?
There's no way. There's no way I got that right. It can't be. The Oratrice just declared Farina to be innocent.
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Okay, I was wrong. Okay, I would have burst out laughing if that was the case.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Oh. Oh my god, guys! It's finally happening! We're gonna cut Farina's head off and put her in a gibbet! I knew my strategy would come into play eventually. I knew it. But it also called her the Hydro Archon. Haven't we just proven she's not the Hydro Archon?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a
I mean, it's always an available option. It just depends on whether you go through with it or not. But now we gotta decapitate Farina and put her in a gibbet.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Yep. I told you this would be good crack.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This is really good crack. I love this.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
What you mean, fraud, deception, failure to comply to duty, posing as a god, which is considered as treason. Yeah, I'd say death is necessary.
Yeah, even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
True, but Vacher may have killed many young women. But, equally, Vacher did not pose as a god. He was just a douchebag asshole of a human. What's more strange, instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered the judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
But she's weeping on the throne, guys! Oh, I just clicked off the stream. I hope that didn't break things. No, don't you dare. Okay, I thought I broke things and that scared me.
Now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
I don't know!
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Where have you been, Fremine?
Is the trial still going?
No, you're a little late, buddy.
Fremine, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Okay. With some help from other Fatui, Fremine beams a stone. Oh!
Is that the first prophecy slate?
I forgot about this. Interesting.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. There's not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Okay.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Alright. I forgot what the other ones looked like, to be honest. I know one of them had Farina on it.
What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanians into human beings.
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro
Oh my god, Paimon, will you keep up for fuck's sake?
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
Yes. I think you mean the previous Hydro. Unless Egeria isn't actually dead. Ooh, I hadn't thought about that. Maybe Egeria's not actually dead, and because she's still alive, so's the sin.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Alright. Pardon me. Select check the descriptions of the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slates contents in this instance recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. When you've finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. Okay!
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Oh, that's why when we first heard of the women who were dissolved into water, they all were compressed into one Oceanid. And that would also explain why in Poisson they were all Oceanids in Navia's vision.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
So the sin... So was the sin creating humans from Oceanids?
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
But it looks like Farina.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
We did! That was Navia!
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on.
Right.
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Right, I've got a... Okay. The stone slates on the room show the prophecy describing the history of the future. The first piece that was that originally missing my friend. It seems to show the former Archon using divine power to turn oceans into people. Turns out that Fontainians can be dissolved in water. I'm gonna split that one.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Right, okay, next one. Stone slates in the ruins show her the prophecy. I already read that one. It shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought judgment upon them. The interest of the privacy has been. No, I don't think it's that one. Prove the Hydro Archon guilty to be punished by a death sentence. That. Not that. That one?
That doesn't sound...
Okay, it's not that one. Is it this one?
That doesn't sound...
This one? There we go.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, has recorded on the stone slates.
Whoa! What kind of trippy shit is this? A sentence that Nebo has been passed in court of the judgment has been handed down to the Hydro Archon. Just what kind of sin? Does this mean the Hydro Archon who was sentenced to death? Does this mean that that's how Egeria died? She was sentenced to death by Celestia, like as her punishment for creating the original sin. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Prophecy Slate. The stone slates in the ruins showing the prophecy describe a history of the future. Oh, I already read that. I keep reading the wrong one. It shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. I'm gonna go with Navia. Navia falling into the seawater.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Ooh, because in Navia's sin, the people of Poisson were judging her. So maybe this is the people of Fontaine judging the Archon. Oh my god! I can't believe I've only just connected the dots. Oh my god. It refers to our present situation. Oh my god. Because we've just judged the Hydro Archon in court. How did I not work that out sooner? I am an idiot. I am so dumb. Okay. It shows a scene that basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating throughout the Fontaine. Fontainians will eventually be dissolved in the sea. Hydro Archon will sit on their throne and weep. That one?
That doesn't...
This one?
That doesn't...
This one? There we go.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true.
I'm glad Zach got lots of lines here.
Things could have gone very badly.
You mean if Noblette hadn't dealt with them? He did that.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
Right.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Did it! Refutation complete! Well, verification in this case. Did it! We win.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
You're actually fish!
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis.
That would explain, why the original sin, why people in Fontaine are born with sin. Because the new generations would basically be the oceanids giving birth to new forms of Oceanids, so it's that same breed that continues to develop within the new race of humans, so for the Oceanids created into humans. So that's why the sin never leaves them, because there's still a unique they're a unique type of humans that continue to breed and develop. That explains why they're born with sin.
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crown of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids.
And it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Right.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
So it's not Farina's sin. It's Egeria's.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Yep.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yup. As for the third slate, I'm still convinced it should come after the fourth slate. I'm not, because I'm pretty sure I've deduced that leads to our present situation. Because think about it. It's Farina falling into water, surrounded by people, and that kind of alludes to the case with Navia, where Navia was falling into water, and she was surrounded by the people of Poisson, and the people of Poisson put her in a court case and was judging her. So I think that's what that's saying. I think it's basically saying that Farina is being stood trial and her people are judging her. That's what I think that's representing.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea?
That's what I'm saying.
So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as already widely known.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
Yep.
However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
I'm still curious as to who made these slates in the first place.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion.
Okay.
Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the
Do it.
narrative recorded within.
Do it!
If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Do it, Nuvi! Ow. Go on, proceed.
Well, did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Okay.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Yippee!
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Right.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
Right.
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
Ooh, okay, so it's... yeah, got
Not
it.
one to give in, She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Ooh, so that's why they dissolve, is because they're made from primordial seawater.
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Yup.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
That's a cool use of his idol, by the way.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
Ooh.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
Damn.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
Yeah, so that would mean that also the current generations are also Oceanids because they were born and bred from the original Oceanids, so it's just generation after generation of Oceanids, which is why they're all born with sin.
That's way too
I
much
got it
information
right!
for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Sorry, I found that funny.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
And it wasn't Farina who did that, it was Egeria.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
It sure does.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
That's exactly what I said. So they are in the right order. What is the third slate supposed to represent?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
Mm-hmm.
They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice.
So was I right? Was I right? I'm pretty sure I was right.
You also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is...
The people of Fontaine will judge the Hydro Archon.
That the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
I called that. I literally worked it out just as I was doing that, like, those 4 slate point things.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
And now at the end of that trial, she's sat on her throne. She sat on the throne crying. So it's like I was saying, no matter what you do to try and avoid a prophecy, it will come to pass one way or another. There is no way to avoid it.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy...
You've done exactly that!
In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
Pretty much.
So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Exactly! We're all completely fucked!
What should we do?
Nothing! It's over! We're done!
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
I don't know.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the 4th slate will also be fulfilled soon?
It was already fulfilled! Just look up at Farina crying on a throne!
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
What's up?
About the 4th slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
I mean, it was pouring the entire primordial sea into the fortress, but go on.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, That eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Small warning? What else is there?
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Okay. Verify the truth. So it's... oh wait, it's the whale? So what? So is Child just chilling with the problem?
It was both dream and reality.
So Child foresaw this.
If we
Because it had
found a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
So Child foresaw this when he was 14. I think he's about like what? He's between 19 to 21 now, I think, roughly is his age now. So a few years ago, he foresaw this was going to happen, but obviously couldn't make sense of this. And then now he's actually living that experience with that same whale.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Yep. Well, this wasn't going in the direction I had imagined. Oh, cutscene! Everybody's running! Oh no! Oh look, it's a whale, guys! That was coincidental. It's a pretty whale. Never looked like I did nothing. That's a powerful whale. That has a black hole in its mouth? Oh hey, it's Tagalicious! Yo, this is a cool fight scene. He's a madman, but we love him for it. And it left. Well, so much for your courthouse. Oh, he's injured. He's badly injured. And he's going back in! My god, he's a madman! He's crazy, guys. He's crazy.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Oh hey Ice Knight, I don't know why people try to stop prophecies, because in the end they are just making the prophecy stars. So yeah, literally that's what I've been saying this entire time, is that any action you do to try and stop a prophecy, you're just guaranteeing it will come true one way or another. No matter what you do, you're just changing, all you're doing is changing the root of the prophecy, not the end result, because the end result's gonna happen whether you like it or not. A prophecy is a prophecy, you can't change it. Anyway, that's right, I'd wager that's the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here.
That was very coincidental.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Because it's been getting close to this planet. It's been getting close to Tevat, which caused the energy to rise.
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Yeah, keep up, Chlorinde.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist.
Yup.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
We?
In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
We, Navia? That was Child and Nolet who handled that on their own. You did nothing.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
I feel like we need to rescue Child, because he was clearly very injured when he saw him.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Yep.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Yeah, well, at least we know he's not dead. He's alive.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Bet.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Great, we're all fucked.
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
Wonderful. Lovely.
That's not something I will accept.
No one asked for your fucking opinion, Navia.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Neither's life, Navia. Oh wait, you're all gonna die soon. Oopsie!
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
Yeah.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
Clorinde's like, I'll beat it up!
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
I'm gonna have to wait until the next break it gives me, because I think I'm gonna have to end the stream soon.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. But wait, if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Probably.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Whoa! What was that? Could it be that even if the prophecy is fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Well, we haven't actually worked out if there's a way to reverse the process, so maybe everybody still can be saved if they're dissolved. Did I miss something? Probably. Wait, I forgot about Frida. What was she going to say to me at the last moment before the giant box? Yeah. What's her real secret? Yeah, we did this to find her secret, yet she hasn't told us. Oh, what's happening? That scene again. Honkai Star Rail is invading!
Oh, what's happening with the arteries?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Great! Rest in peace, Farina. Pull out the guillotine, dog!
Farina!
Farina! Is that me getting paid today? He's giving up.
No, I still need answers.
Damn! This motherfucker got bunnies! Well, we're all dead. Hello? Well, that was dramatic. Hi. Why are the chairs floating?
You.
Not the, Farina? That's not Farina.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
Is that Farina's voice actor still? Or is this a different actor? I just find that so amusing how they put the name as, Farina?
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of
Fontaine.
bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
I must say, can we get this as a Farina skin? Because this skin is gorgeous. I love that outfit on her. And that's not just me, right? That outfit is gorgeous.
Focalor.
And that hair is gorgeous as well.
Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Damn.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded.
Because I can't get over that outfit. It's gorgeous. I love it. We need that as a
One was
Farina
not
skin.
Amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor.
I will say,
that's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it?
I will say it is a bit cheeky here, considering that skin. But no, I feel like it works. The outfit's cute. I like it. I do like it. I kind of want that. I really want that as a Farina skin.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
Right?
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
So all the steps of the prophecy have passed, but that doesn't mean the end result will be the same. Is what I'm saying.
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
Hey, oh, hold on. This is not Sumeru.
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
That actually reminds me, do you think the statues of the Seven around Teyvat, like, you know, at the top of the statues of the Seven, they obviously display a statue of the god. Do you think there are the statues of the original gods? So, like, obviously, Venti is the, Venti and Zhongli are the original, Animo and Geo Archons. I can't remember with, A. I think A's sister was the original Electro Archon. I can't remember. Nihida was obviously Ruka Devata, but nobody remembers Ruka Devata. So would would it in Fontaine, would the on top of the statue of the Seven, would it be Egeria's statue? Maybe?
So you were also
Just a
once
thought.
one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
So what? Wait. Hold on. So Farina is you and you are... What?
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
So she basically split her soul. So she took her spirit and her divinity into one being, and she took her humanity into her other being. And that's Farina, and then so technically Farina both is and is not the Hydro Archon at the same time. Because she would share the exact same DNA, like to the letter, as Focalor, but is just stripped of her. She's basically human because she's a god stripped of her divinity. From my understanding, that's what it sounds like. Interesting. So she both is and is not the Archon at the same time.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Okay, damn!
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Yeah, figured as much.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy.
Oh, I see now. Okay. So Farina must... How much... So Farina must have known... How much of the plan was Farina in the know with then? Okay.
Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
So wait a minute, if that's the case, if she couldn't actually die, would that mean that... say that, you know, how Navia said she brought water from Fontaine to the stage from Fontaine that had, you know, dissolved people with? If it was the raw primordial seawater stuff that was concentrated enough to dissolve a person, are you telling me that even then Farina would not have dissolved? Because she can't die? Interesting.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
Damn.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she?
Yep, she's the human counterpart of First
Even
Law.
though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being.
Yep.
I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Oh, he sounds so emotional. Yeah, she's gonna need a lot of therapy after this, I feel.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
I think you owe her a little more than just an apology. Maybe some therapy? Maybe, you know, give her freedom? Maybe do those things instead of just being like, oh, I'm sorry you've had to endure torture for centuries. Anyway.
It's been 500 years.
500? God damn!
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Yeah, I feel like you owe her a little more than just a fucking apology. Damn. So when can I end the stream? Because I feel like I'm gonna have to end it soon. I came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often came being strongest emotions, yeah. With sufficiently strong higher sensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just as I did with the Usinian at the Fountain of Lucine. Right, could this be Furina's inner world? Furina, what is Furina, what is she doing on stage? Wait a moment, this probably isn't Furina, it's likely her reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this is the opportunity. This opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Now, is this a domain? This is my question. Is this a domain? Fuck! Okay, I'm gonna have to zoom through this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to zoom my way through this because I want to get to a point where I can save. Ice Knight, out of curiosity, do you know where the nearest part I can save it? I can save is? Because I'm in a story mode special thing at the moment.
Oh,
you now get to see the real Furina.
You to come onto this stage. Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
What I'm gonna do, chat, is I don't know how much of the story is left, but I'm gonna get to the next part where it allows me to save, or allows me to quit the game without losing any progress, and then we can all finish the Act 5 in the next stream. Just out of curiosity, chat, give me a rough idea of how long I have left, or give me a rough idea of when is the closest, how long I've got until the closest part where I can safely exit the game without losing progress.
All right. It is not my intent
Don't look at me, don't look at me.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh,
just let the stage lights go off, please, if only for 1 second.
I am Focalor.
That way I can become myself
Fontainians
again.
Are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
The next part you're going to have to fight the giant whale. Okay, so it's probably going to be after that. I'm going to try and get through this as quickly as possible. Something's off. I'm not getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Archon. What sort of resolve must she have? Even her subconscious would be interpreted. I have to find a way. I just turn the lights off. She just asked us to turn the lights off. It's like my inner consciousness is telling me to turn off the fucking lights.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Nowhere to run.
It's fine. And it's dead. Continuing on. Give me a moment, Farina.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know.
I don't give a fuck.
Wait, where are the guards?
Dead.
Guards!
We're murdering them! This is probably my most, like...
Shadow the past. Mine to command.
This probably is my most, like, goated team.
Solidify.
10 points for agility.
I can't lock onto you for some reason. Anyway. Go on, Farina. The spotlight's turned off in Farina's house. That must have represented the symbols of the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. What was that from her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Oh, we've been invited to a show. How lovely. Either way, it looks like the show's about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Oh well, I can't believe I didn't even have to pay for this show. Great, it's wonderful. Scene 1 before a mirror, Farina. Oh, I am Farina. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh wait, this is Farina with short hair. I love it. Why does Farina have long hair? Oh, and different trousers as well. This design looks better than the white one, I'm just saying. Oh, look.
Farina. Farina.
Oh, wait, so we're just traumatizing her and... okay.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Oh, I like this Farina voice.
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
So, Chad, Ice Knight, if you're able to look it up, can you find out who voices original Focalor? Is that the same voice actor as Farina? Or is this a different voice actor?
Wait a moment. You're Mirror Me? How can this be?
Mirror Me?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Okay.
Mirror Me. What do you wish to say?
Oh, she sounds so cute. She sounds like so... She was just so, like, curious and innocent.
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think... I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Yup.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
At least she's aware that there's no escaping prophecy.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Damn. At least you were somewhat forward about it.
So there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty.
As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
Oh, that's sad. That is real sad. They're both voiced by the same actor. Holy shit! That voice actor is so talented. Has such a range. Bravo to whoever voices both Focalora and Farina.
You truly are the perfect human.
Also, I just realized how much taller.
Ideal.
I also just realized how much taller Focalora is to Farina.
I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity.
Which is why Act 5 is called Masquerade of the Guilty. Oh, I feel like I should send that
If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
So you're telling me she managed to keep up this charade for 500 years and not once did people ask to see her talent over Hydro? What?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this.
Aww.
So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
500 years.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends.
Damn.
But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
I'm not gonna lie, if someone approached me and said, you will have to suffer for 500 years, to break a prophecy, I'd be like, I'm not gonna lie, I'd be that kind of person who would be, how about no? How about you give that role to someone else?
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
So is that why is that why Farina framed Linny? Was she trying to get that dramatic trial that would end the prophecy? Not realizing that the one to end the prophecy is it was about her? Scene 2. How many scenes are there in this? Can we get to the part where I have to beat up a whale? Yeah, oh, she has long hair now. Why does she have long hair in this one, but she didn't before? Or is this just like a hair extension? Oh, I have to go around.
The The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage!
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
A bit earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all.
Right.
This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
So that's what, so she basically was acting out on the Archon based on the reaction she was getting from the people, and that's why she kept feeding into the crowd so much, because she didn't know what a god is like, so she was trying to act like a god to please the people, so that they would believe her, so that, you know, to keep the secret. It makes sense now! It's all coming together. Yeah, this is why she acts the way she acts. So is that just saying?
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
So she was having panic attacks and she only just started.
Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
That's cute how she refers to Focalor as Mirmi.
Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
And here comes the dramatic. That's where it came from.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Sorry, that's just funny.
Personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Yeah, so she's basically just feeding into the audience's reactions to try and keep them believing in her.
Fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
Alright.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Summon courage, resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama!
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god.
My voice when
On
I
one
lost them.
side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine!
End the speech emphatically.
There
I know what that
is
means.
no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the opera epiclese.
This is actually a really clever way of showing Farina's how Farina's origins
shall even judge the
and why she acts the way she acts. It's very creative. Yippee! Can I move on? Thank you. Please don't. How many scenes are this is taking too long? Come on, can we fast forward a bit? I can't do this anymore! Get me to a part where I can save!
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
Lady Archon?
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Like, cool, can we go over here now?
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it?
Deoteria?
How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again.
I suppose
on behalf of my son.
I suppose things like that for Farina would be like her way of dabbling into being human. Despite I mean, she is human, but dabbling into just being a human, being a person, rather than having to assume the role of a god all the time. So they were kind of her escape, but just by chatting with normal people. There's a bed over here. Oh wait, no, I'm supposed to go over here because this one's lit up.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports.
As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Interesting, okay. And now I have to go over to the bed.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion.
Alright, okay.
Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
Alright.
Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Yeah. Please don't be seen. Come on! I can't do this anymore, chat.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
Just let me end the fucking stream!
There'll be no
I am
need for
crying
that.
at my PC.
I've
I'm
seen
trying to
them
get to a
already.
point where the game will let
There's
me
no
close
need
it.
to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person
Because I'm just
before.
like, I can't end the stream until like I'm about to strangle my monitor. That dog is so dumb. It's like a baby. Come here, baby. You're such a dopey dog. Dopey dog. Yeah, I'm ending the stream as soon as it gives me the opportunity. It's slow. This is slowly driving me insane at this point. I've been wanting to end the stream for the last. How long have I been streaming? Where's the timer? 31 minutes. 32. Huh? I can hear me. Yeah. I probably can't hear you because you're at the door. Love you. I'll promise I'll end soon. I hope. Anyway, continue.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Is it just like a montage?
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Well, she really was working and trying everything she could. Cool transition.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Yeah. It really was torture for her. Scene 5? How many scenes are there in this, Ice Knight? How long am I gonna be here just listening to Farina being like, well, life is sad, prophecy is sad, we're all gonna die. It's snoring, Bubba. Scene 182,000 was that?
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
Well, that answers my question. There's a lot of
I've
scenes in
heard
this.
that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It
She's
brings
crying.
me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
She's cracking now. I don't blame her. She's been doing this for 500 years.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Wow, wait, that was to be fair, that was a swift and pretty quick and easy cover up there, Farina. That's impressive.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
Yeah, so she's gonna need quite a bit of therapy after this, I'm afraid.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
Here's a hug. Yeah, Beanie. Lay down. Lay down, you're not helping. Lay down, Bubba. Lay down. Lie down, you daft dog.
Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
Ow.
I want to tell someone,
Night.
anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
Damn.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy.
Damn. Okay, 1 second. Let my dog out of my room. Out. What are you doing? Right, sorry about that, chat.
All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
She must have an unimaginable amount of mental stability to be able to do this for 500 years. I couldn't do this. Can we end this? Can we? Thank you. This is kind of as insufferable as probably Farina's feeling.
Farina, you don't have to
Oh.
shoulder this burden alone.
Okay, I'm glad this bit was being voiced by Zach, by Ethan's voice actor.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
This is what I wanted. I wanted this scene voiced. That's my voice. Is this scene from where with the giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone.
Yeah.
Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
I still think that's really good writing.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Ooh.
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But
he was actually considering
if
it.
Things don't play out as expected. The people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
Oh, this is sad.
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt.
No, honestly, I think she made the right decision by not confiding in us. She 100% made the right decision.
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. Long and hard.
No, honestly, she made the right decision. She wants to, but she knows that she can't.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Whoa, that fine. I wish that was, like, displayed in the actual scene before the cutscene played.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth?
Ooh, okay, back to this.
You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself.
True.
She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
Damn.
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue.
I can't get over her outfit. It's so pretty.
I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
Oh, we're gonna learn more about the Oratrice now?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber.
Oh, so was that her?
It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
So...
Am I right?
So she was the one passing judgment on all those criminals for all those years, and she was serving as the neutral balance between everyone accused. So it wasn't Farina, so Farina had nothing to do with it.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Oh, so that she had the gnosis. There's no wonder No wonder that the knave couldn't find it.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Okay, that took a turn. Right, lovely.
I beg your pardon?
That's my words exactly, Nebula.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Right. Why?
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
So let me get this straight. You've been preparing for 500 years in the Oratrice just to kill yourself? Well, that is definitely not what I was expecting.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
So... Huh, okay.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice.
So she basically invented the Oratrice as a means of bringing her own life to an end. That's crazy.
But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Damn.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Right. So it can end the sin, right? Is that right?
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh!
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Oh! Please, oh my god, please say that this is all gonna be because we can see him in a full dragon form. I would love that, please. I don't ask for much, Genshin. Let him turn into a dragon.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
Damn.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
He's like, hee hee hee, I tricked all the gods, tee hee hee. Oh, is he crying? Damn. He's sad boy.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Oh, I love this. This is so cute.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
True. Yeah, I feel like the heavenly principles had a lot to answer for.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
They also, you know, the whole thing with Conria, they cursed humans into monsters. They bound people with immortal spells. There's a lot of fucked up things that the Heavenly Principles need to answer for.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence.
Survival.
Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others.
Right,
At
so all they
point,
care about is the survival of the
we,
people.
Whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign,
please turn to a full dragon. I would love this, please. I don't know so much Genshin. I want to see him become a dragon boy.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us.
Aww.
And I have even attempted to feel as they feel.
I love the character development of Neuvillette. I can't wait to do his story quest.
You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Oh, cutscene again.
The hour of my execution is almost here.
She seems so,
for the sinner,
content with it.
The curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
Probably. I love how, like, a thing on her foot, like a little, like, ankle bracelet.
Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Oh, I love the outfit. Can we need this as a Frida skin, please? She's dancing as well. I love she's got nail polish as well. And Frina's dancing. Oh, that's a clean transition. Oh, that's clever. Well, she's dead now. Rest in peace, Focalors, I guess. And he's got his power back. Cool. So does this mean that the divinity goes back to Farina? Or does it mean just the god's dead? Thank you, Farina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human. Okay, so she doesn't become the god, she just stays as a human. Oh? Heyo! All those draconic tassels!
Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare
from his hair! That's so cool!
People of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Damn. That looks so cool. I still want him to turn into like a full dragon though. Like the extended blue tassels is really cool. But I want him to become like a full dragon transformation mode because that would just be so cool.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Yeah, you have no idea.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Right, finally I can stab things.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature.
Okay.
We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal.
Lovely!
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Murder! Yippee! Let's go murder a whale, guys. There it is.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that?
Like, the whole shield thing will be
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the whale. But considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source.
How am I to do
Unless
this?
we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
How do I do this? I haven't really...
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Yeah, how... How...
Solidify!
This is a weird one. What am I supposed to do? Destroy it?
Stabilize!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and chance will present itself.
Okay, I'm killing things.
Gather!
As soon as I beat up this whale.
Bow your head.
It's dumb, but it's true, I'm afraid. Okay, I'll allow myself to be eaten by a whale. What's happening?
Why is there a hole-looking thingy over there? It looks really scary.
Let the mighty be humble.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
You got it, buddy. I'm trying. I'm trying? Question.
Settle down.
Nowhere to run. Target acquired.
This is the weirdest fight I've ever been in this game.
Lord of the Night!
Stabilized.
How you there?
This is order. Bow your head.
This is just weird.
Gather. Through me, justice is served. Stay condemned.
Did it work? Did I do it? I think I did it, guys. That was a weird fight. Ultimately, I wish it was the fight itself was a bit longer, but we'll see. There might be a phase 2. No, I think we killed it. Hello? she just tossed I. Damn. Toss child down.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Well.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
I have to say.
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
I have to say, her character design is absolutely stunning. Oh my god. I love her design. That might be my favorite female character design in this game. I like the arms especially, like the arms and the legs especially have like this galaxy effect to them. She kind of reminds me of like an Enderkin mixed with a Lunarian. That's the kind of vibe I get from her. Master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
So this is Skirk.
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
Okay, let me ask a question. Why isn't she playable? You're telling me the best looking female character we get in this game and she's not playable? Boo! I feel that's insulting in every way possible.
So you may speak to me as equals.
Why can't we get her as playable? I feel like this is insulting. This is just an insult. What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Quite like Skirk. I have something to tell me? Tell me then. What's up?
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Ooh, you get a F rating as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master?
I love that. Look at the legs.
Child's master.
That's weird.
Master. Wait, is that right?
That's it. Don't take me out of context saying that, but You know, as soon as yes. Yes, I know. I love the infinite galaxy design of it.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Foul?
Like Foul Legacy?
The Foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Hold on. Apparently Skirk will be playable in 5.7 from what I'm hearing from the Genshin community. I really hope so. That would be great. If so, I'm pulling for her frame 1.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
I think she said Vetterfalnir, which sounds like a Nordic name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you.
Wow.
That the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Already, it wasn't that strong.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
I love her design. Her design is gorgeous. I don't really usually like the female characters in this game. Because usually they're overly sexualized, but I love her design.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Oh, fun.
What?
A little bit to be surprised about Paimon. It's natural after all, the prophecy will surely come true. We all knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Yeah, let's go.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh, we're all drowning, lovely. It was kind of cool underwater.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Or in this case, crushed by a giant sword.
Hey! Help! Over here!
They didn't dissolve. Let's go. It's a good thing all the people from Fontaine can swim, right? Oh hey, that's Risley's ship.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Yeah. Well, does this mean we can explore this ship now?
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
This is cool. I quite like this. Yeah, you're strong enough to be able to carry people underwater.
Look! The water's receding!
Oh, that was short-lived.
It's a miracle! The water's receding. We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
You can thank your Archon. Technically both of them. Because they're the reason why you didn't dissolve. Yippee! You did it, Farina. Well done.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Yippee! So does this mean if people were to touch, if the Fontainians were to touch raw primordial seawater now, they wouldn't dissolve anymore? Because of first law of sacrifice? Can I end the stream now, please?
The soil renewed. The Spina talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rusula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in their capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh?
Yeah.
Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Cool. Can I end the stream now? I can end the stream now. Cool. Okay, well, we'll have to finish that in the next stream. But I'm gonna end it now. So thank you all for watching in for this live stream today. It did go on for a lot longer than I expected to. I honestly expected it to be done like over an hour ago. So I apologize for it going on longer than expected. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will catch you all next time. Bye bye!